This is Heather with Raindrop Works. We are back after a somewhat unplanned 3-day hiatus. I'm coming down here to help monitor the protests going on in downtown Portland. Last time you saw us on a live stream would have been Thursday night. And some of you were a little spooked by what happened, not gonna lie. Happened to me too. That said, I've gone back, reviewed some of the tactics. Gotten some new gear. And hopefully we can do a little bit of a better showing and a little safer. So, it is 8:20 at night. We're probably still a little early for most of the protesters to get here. But it looks like they're probably getting ready to try to restrict traffic in the area, which is kind of a good sign. So, those of you who have been watching on my blog or on Twitter, you know that last night was kind of a little fun. Oh, hey, Mio. So, this is actually the remnants of the fire that happened on last night's stream. This was not the UPS store that I thought happened, but the blue there is probably like a blue plastic from a recycling bin. So it probably was a trash fire. It probably was a trash fire. I mean, what started it's a question, but yeah.
Shall we?
Yeah, we shall. I didn't actually realize there was a UPS store here. I thought we were close to the one down by PSU. I want to cross over here after we cross Taylor.
The world's falling apart. We're still waiting for the stop sign.
Hey, you never know when those cops are going to blast through and try to run us over. Oh, when they have their lights on, we're supposed to bow to them.
Oh, okay, a little argumentative.
So, I want to give a really quick shout out to Philip Saban, I hope I'm pronouncing the last name right. He's been a big help with helping me coordinate getting gear together and helping to get the word out to everyone. Yes, the new federal courthouse has definitely become a mural depicting the systemic racism, and honestly a lot of the issues that we're dealing with right now. So, looks like we're coming up to the park where these protests usually start from. Even though it's really early in the night, looks like we've still got a good crowd of 50 or so people, I'd probably guess. For those who may not have been following the news as much, as usual, the police's answer to calls to stop police brutality has been more police brutality. Unfortunately, this also extends to attacking medical personnel and free press.
Stay here, we're coming back.
It's to the point where many news organizations have sent letters to Mayor Ted Wheeler, the police commissioner, asking him to condemn these actions and to launch investigations. The best we've gotten from him is, tell me more, this is concerning. The very night that they did that, things did not go very well down here. So, we'll see if maybe another day of public outcry either makes things better or makes things worse. Might as well cop a squat. Yeah, everything's gonna be wet out here. So I'm just really quick checking in with some of my team here. Definitely a very nice crowd out here already. Seen multiple places where people have tables set up with water and medical supplies. In other news today, Oregon documented a very large spike in coronavirus cases. Over half of them coming from a single county in eastern Oregon. So far I haven't seen the claims that I was expecting that they would try to blame it on protesters, considering the headlines were pretty vague about, just saying it was in Oregon and you have to get to the end of the news report to find out it was eastern Oregon. A large portion of the cases associated with a particular church where, from what I have heard, nobody was wearing masks. Out here, a lot of people wear masks, both because that's a general tendency for protecting your identity, as well as with the coronavirus, and nobody wants to get sick, especially when you're dealing with a lot of youth and people who have lost their jobs, probably lost their insurance. It's hard to it's harder to get medical treatment if you don't have insurance. I mean, there was I saw a headline the other day where this guy in Seattle got like a 180-page bill from his hospital costing over $1 million for his treatment for COVID. And that's the kind of thing that can bankrupt people. Well, I mean, can and does. And, that's just stuff that we're all trying to work towards addressing, among many other things. So, In fact, I'm going to, since things are in pretty quiet shape right now, I'm going to actually switch over to the brand new portable system. Switch on the selfie stick. If I can get the clip undone. How did I do this again? As like I frequently said, you have to be at least 5% smarter than the equipment you're trying to work with. And that is obviously a failing of mine. So, that's where we are right now. I said, across the street here, I believe that's Terry Trump Plaza. I see a good 20-30 people there. Out here, at least a good 50, and things probably won't get much louder here for another hour or so. Yeah, I wanted to come down here a little earlier because things have been very volatile. Last night, the other protest, the one that the more mainstream media have been reporting as the peaceful protest, had its demonstration point down here at Pioneer Square, just a few blocks away. So when they turned around to go back to where they started from, a decent number of people split off right away and came over here. So the crowd grew a lot earlier than normal. And as a result, things went a little weird.
Any watering snacks?
Hey, we're good. Yesterday was supposed to be an interesting day because the police took down the fence that had, for the last 2 weeks, been blocking off the roads here from the Justice Center. They claimed that they saw that it was dividing the community from the police, and they wanted to foster open communication. Last night, as I said in my report, Multnomah County Sheriff's Department seemed to be handling most of the communication. Except there wasn't any dialogue. The cops stayed up on the porch of the building and had guns with some sort of impact munitions periodically pointed at members of the protest, even though they weren't doing anything dangerous. And then from there, some agitators acted up in ways they shouldn't have. There was a fire, like we said, we pointed out the garbage fire in front of the UPS store. And then shortly after that, as I reported, Eric's, one of the other freelance journalists out here, got shot in the hand. And about 10 minutes later, actually I would say I'm probably sitting pretty close to where she was standing when she got shot. But yeah, about 10 minutes after that, they declared the unlawful disturbance and set up an excessively large dispersal area where they spent the next few hours chasing protesters around, harassing press, telling them that they're not running fast enough. I mean, see here, I have my walker. These things are not exactly built for speed. I can go about 3 miles an hour. So that is a concern that I have. If the police get like they have been, what's going to happen? we'll see. I'm going to try to get myself in a position where I have more room to maneuver while still being able to report. Ideally, the protesters don't do anything crazy. The cops don't do anything crazier. And there's no action for us to report on. That's the ideal. That's how things should work in a civil society. Instead, we have what we have. So, I'm just really quick going to check. Just checking, and I know that it's quite possible that no one is actually hearing anything that I'm saying, because I'm not sure that anyone's watching any of my streams. And I know Philip's doing a restream, but he is not using my audio right now. Apparently the other protest march going on in town is still going, so he's more focused on that. They have amazing speakers. I wish I had a 10th of their speaking ability. Hello. I see you watching me. I mean, really the mood right now here down at the park is it is very it feels like a normal summer day. You've got small groups of people just hanging out, talking, you know, eating dinner. This is what I expect from Portland. This is what I like to see from Portland. This is part of what I really like about this town. So, now I'm going to stop talking for just a minute. I'm going to extend the selfie stick. I apologize in advance if they're shaking. But I want to try to get a little bit of a better view of the Justice Center so that you guys can see what is actually going on right now here. Watch the walker. The due administration of justice is the firmest pillar of good government. It's, to me, kind of an ironic quote to have on a building like this. They claim that due justice is what's required for good government, and yet what we see from the police here is more of extrajudicial justice. And that's part of what the movement that we're seeing now is all about. A man accused of passing a counterfeit $20 bill. No charges filed. No arrest completed. No trial. No jury. No review of evidence. 8 minutes, 46 seconds. Summary execution. That's part of why there is such a problem with the justice system. To be honest, I still have not even heard, after, what, 18 days now, if the alleged counterfeit bill was even counterfeit. Even if it was, it could have been, and you know, people likely get counterfeit bills frequently without knowing, because counterfeits are that well done. We don't know if it's, you know, if it's something that he willfully would have done, if it was an accidental. But we still don't even know if it was a thing. And I think if it was a legitimate bill, and George Floyd died because of it, that would take the egregiousness to an entirely new level. But I mean, that's just me with my lack of information, and I'm willing to accept that. Hopefully that is an answer to your question we'll learn one day. I'm just really quick trying to take a look here and just check on some messages. Things have been pretty quiet on the chat end, so I just wanted to make sure that I wasn't missing anything from other places. Really, I'm not used to I'm more or less talking to myself for this long, and yes, I know I am talking to other people, but I can't see them. I don't get much feedback. So, yeah, it's strange for me. As I normally would be showing a lot more about the crowd out here, but I also know. Now, we know full well that the police have been monitoring streams. We actually heard the other night, on the public police scanner, as the cops were looking around and trying to figure out if they were ready to shut down. We actually heard, within seconds of the last person that we knew of who was streaming, saying they were going offline, one of the officers came on the scanner and said that the last one was shutting down. So we know that they're monitoring this. And since the police are, by their policies, not supposed to harass and persecute people for exercising their First Amendment right to freedom of assembly, I'm going to try to be careful not to accidentally show many faces. It'll still happen, but so there seems to be a paramedic supervisor wandering around here. I've not seen that before. Probably incidental. Got that siren in the background for a second there. I'm wondering, last night it didn't seem like they were using the LRAD. That might be changing tonight. It did seem a lot quieter from what I observed, and they may have decided that using that monstrosity makes it easier for them to get their message out, to try to justify coming back and giving people a hard time for not leaving quick enough. I do not know where the other half of my team went, but I know tonight she actually had her own Periscope stream going up, and it seemed like she had people that she knows talking to her. So she's probably giving a different view on things. Take a quick. Oh, there she is. She is up by. I'm getting a little bit of a closer look at the Justice Center. It's kind of funny that it is like, this is the only building that is like a government building around here that is not getting spray painted. Oh, the very first of the protests are starting. As you might be able to see, up right around where I have the center of the camera at, there is a camera up there that is definitely, let me point it down at the crowd. I've seen video feed from that. Looks like there might be, I can't tell if that's another camera at the corner of that overhang, or if that's just a signal light. But most of this building is apparently actually a detention center. I'm not sure if it's run by the city or by the county, but I've heard that it's a 400-bed facility, and a few of the press people have actually ended up spending some time in there just for executing their First Amendment right to a free press. I'd really rather not be there, but time will tell what happens.
Go on there and then be like, I quit.
No, not really. Yourself. You know what nature is?
I'm just really quick checking on some messages here. I don't think there's any translation that needs to be done with what's being said there, honestly. slightly better spot and then switch the camera over to parrot so I can move a little bit more. Ah. Shooting medics, shooting children. Personally, I would also say shooting reporters. But, like I said, I am biased on that. I will definitely own that bias, too. And I am once again drunk. Oh, I don't feel comfortable about her going up there. She looks like she is in a very dangerous spot. But yeah, from my understanding yesterday, when protesters were here earlier, they were told by the police to stay off the street and to stay on the sidewalk and in the park. Later in the night, as traffic died down and got later, they did take to the street and come up on the fence. You can still see down here the sediment from where the concrete blocks were that were bracing the old fence that was here. The sacred fence, as it became known on Twitter. I'm really glad to see ACLU out here. From what I've seen, it seems the police are not very happy with ACLU either, but yeah, they are another one of the organizations that is out here working to make sure that our right to freedom of speech is preserved. And in my personal opinion, if the police are not happy with that, that seems to be an issue they need to address with themselves. The Constitution is called the supreme law of the land for a reason. Man. I'm actually mildly surprised that they are not chasing that lady off. I'm not complaining. That's probably the closest to dialogue you're going to see from the police today. Apologies for me eating into your ear. Hopefully the sound is still down for me, but I might get a little bite to eat before I put my mask on, and I'm stuck to just sipping water. That fence has been there the whole time. There was a second fence right here. You can still see the sediment marks in the concrete blocks that were supporting it. That's the fence that they took down yesterday afternoon. Hopefully we won't need you guys later.
I'm gonna toss this and I'll come write my number down, or our number down for you guys if you'd like.
It's just, we know, you know, shooting press and, you know, all that not fun stuff. I do have your info at home, but...
You do? Okay, good.
Yep, Lawyers Guild observers are out here. Imagine they're going to be having a very busy time over the next few months. In fact, those who might be interested, if you go to my website over at raindrop.works, I did a fairly decent dive, in my opinion, looking at some of the case law and such that reinforces that live journals and independent press have the same right to do their job and the same theoretical protections as more traditional press like KGW and Coin. As well as, like I said, looking at case law that reinforces that the Portland Police's own agreement that live streamers count as media, and some of their policies about how they're supposed to be handling these kinds of situations. I believe it's the second last post that I wrote, and there's not many posts there, so it shouldn't be too hard to find. But now there is definitely a lot of information out there. I'm hoping to find more later, or at least get a little bit of a better read on things. This is my last bite of food for now. Those energy bars, some of them taste pretty good. They're supposed to be really good nutritionally, but they are dry as hell. So if you're going to come out to a protest and count on that for your food source, bring lots of water. Already running low on power on the GoPro.
Yeah, no, you can walk on the sidewalk again. Yeah.
Hey, did I say? I did not bring any of my replacement batteries. Not the best move, considering my battery bank is acting up tonight. But we will do what we can. Should at least still have enough power to go for quite a while yet. Okay, I'm just trying to make sure. Doesn't want to say that it's hard for me to tell if it's actually charging or not. It doesn't want to show the charging icon, so we'll see what happens. It is 9:01.
It should be heating up soon.
Or cooling down. I did think that was a pretty good one. No, I'm good. There's a very small handful of protesters actually on the sidewalk, holding up their signs. No chanting right now, but like I said, about 10 minutes ago we had one person who was very vocal in their disapproval. And judging by the thumbs up we got from the passenger of that car, it seems they are with the protesters. There are naysayers that seem to enjoy the idea of the police shooting protesters or wanting to support the police, but from what we see on the ground here, it really does seem like the response is overwhelmingly the other way around. Yeah, so it could just be the troll farms that have been an issue for a number of years now, or other things. So, I got a minute here again. I just want to really quick plug my stuff. You know, I'm not trying to ask for the world here. I'm white. I have a significant number of privileges that a lot of people out here don't have. Definitely there are many Black Lives Matter programs and bail fund projects and such that I highly encourage you look at and donate as you feel driven to. That said, if there is anyone who wants to help me directly, you can go to my website. Like I said before, it's raindrop.works. Just raindrop.works. In the top corner of the screen, there is a support us button, and you click there, and there are links to PayPal donation button, as well as Ko-fi and sponsors.org. Sponsors is another program that I really like. they are taking the same kind of job as Patreon does for a lot of online content creators, but they're being a lot freer with what they're willing to support. I know a lot of people who want to use Patreon to be able to do artistic work that is of a sometimes more adult content driven, and they're always at risk of Patreon shutting down their account. And if that's something where you've got your entire income coming from, you know, to lose that is horrible, and that's a level of censorship that I have a real problem with. So I am definitely glad to be able to support, you know, other programs that are much less restrictive in their policies. I'm just gonna really quick take a look for messages, and it seems things are still pretty quiet. Yep. Yeah, things are pretty quiet on my end. Haven't heard anything from my producer for a while, but he might still be focused on other things, which is fine. As you can see, the crowd down here outside the Justice Center is slowly starting to grow. Most of the people are still deeper inside the park, relaxed and everything. How are things going on your end? I don't care if you get my face. I'm not photogenic.
I just didn't want to interrupt.
I know I have a face for radio. Stop copying my ideas from my brain. Okay, so at this time of night, it looks like there are a couple of officers out. No tactical gear, which is what should be the proper response. So I've just heard from my producer, who has been one of the people that I'm seeing being very vocal about the one-sided coverage from the more traditional media. We have periodically had feedback from other news agencies for aerial shots of some of the parades and such. And apparently, I'm going to let these people come through. Okay, I think they're done. Anyway, from what I've just heard, the Amplified PDX group did actually bring their own drone out to do aerial shots of, I'm not sure which protest it is, but this just reinforces that the traditional media narrative is getting more and more overridden by what us as public independent press are able to do. And really, anyone who is willing to report the truth has the ability to be press. And I said before, I've done lots of writing on the topic. You can see on the website. At least on the news of the battery front, it seems that at this point the camera is running completely off the battery pack, so it's not draining anymore. We'll have to see how long that's able to last. And I am just now noticing how I did not realize my camera was panned down that much. So something that I wasn't able to see last night when I was watching live streams was the police did not have any floodlights in use during last night's protest. But as you might be able to see here, the floodlights are still installed over here and over here. So they do still exist. There is a question of, you know, did they not use them because they wanted to keep things civil, or were they hoping that if they don't illuminate the protesters and make them actually visible, that they would get bored and go away? And like I said before, I don't want to see them go away. I just don't want to see. Who left?
The cops all went inside.
Oh, not surprising. They're like the Jawa. They'll be back, and in greater numbers.
Maybe they're going to put their riot gear on.
It's entirely possible. I mean, last night things were completely peaceful, and they already had, you know, a certain level of tactical gear as well as the impact munition guns.
I think they're using FM 303s.
Is that a type of gun?
So, a less lethal weapon.
Yeah, I mean, I couldn't get a good view from, I mean, Eric's, I think, had the best view I could see, but I wasn't able to fully identify.
Well, I've also seen the projectiles that people have picked up, and some of them are definitely from one of those. I'm sure that's not all
Yeah, I've seen evidence. Yeah, I've seen evidence of the 40 mils getting used on people, I believe last night. And then Eric's got hit by one of the, probably a pepper ball. They don't actually tell us what munitions they're using. They just say crowd dispersing or crowd control agents or something like that. And it's, that is a very broad term. It can mean, if not for the court's ban on tear gas for a 2-week period, which unfortunately I think we're coming towards the end of.
It's more of a strong discouragement.
Yeah, true. They can use it if they feel that lives are threatened, which if they haven't used it up until now, they're going to have a very hard time justifying it. Okay, so we have two. Oh. Give me audio, please. Tell me it's getting started. So, as you can hear, the protesters are commenting that the police took down the fence in the interest of opening dialogue with the community. And yet, as soon as somebody tries to engage in open dialogue, they close the doors, lock themselves in. The police tried to come by and tell her to disperse, which did not go well, because they don't want her on the street. At this point, this is what they call civil disobedience. It is non-violent activity, but it is technically breaking rules that they are impeding traffic. But this is not something that...
Turn that off! Bro! Turn your flashing light off! Thank you! Thank you!
We gotta chill before the people get here. This is not safe. So get it together, person in the back.
Oh, it's not dead anymore. So I'm going to shift my position just a little bit, probably to the back side of this rock so I can brace myself a little bit better. And I'm going to set up the selfie cam. You guys are going to have trouble hearing me, but you are not here to listen to me. You're here to listen to the protesters. They are the ones who are fighting for the right to live, the right to breathe.
Take care. Hey, do you have the NLG number written down?
At home.
Do you want it on your arm now?
I hate having stuff written on my arm, but screw it.
Oh, they're safe inside, right?
I know. It's a sensory thing for me.
Well, stay safe.
Thank you. those of you joining me just recently, we are in front of the Justice Center in downtown Portland. This is a joint building between the Portland City Bureau, or Portland Police Bureau, and Multnomah County Sheriff. Both the law enforcement facility as well as a jail. It's been the site of a number of protests going back over the last, 17 or 18 days. Last time I was here was on Thursday. As soon as we had arrived here, a group of protesters decided that we needed to go around the corner to try to interact with the police. Things did not go well. So my plan ended up being, when I came back, I was going to adjust my tactics a little bit. So what I've done this time is I am staying out in front of the Justice Center, even though people have already gone to get up. We are now seeing all of the cops in their tactical gear that had been outside the front of the Justice Center, about a half dozen of them, have all gone back inside. They've decided that the crowd, having moved on, is not enough of a worry to them. Most of the rest of the crowd has gone down Main Street here, going towards NATO Parkway, in the direction I'm pointing, or showing. Like I said, after what happened last week, I decided it is best for me if I stay here. Oops. That I can continue to monitor what goes on at the front of the building, as well as better be prepared if I need to do anything. I suspect a number of live streamers are also around the corner, so I just see this as a different view on the situation.
Everyone's on bikes and stuff, not just
Don't forget to pull up those questions. Y'all feel free to ask them while they're not listening. Because you better know you're being recorded professional.
My worry is if the cops start coming at me with the road full,
And if you need to
I can't go that fast. So,
hey, I wised up too.
just got the stickers today.
Nice. Looks good. Looks good.
Yes, little squeaky pigs.
Like rubber duckies?
Yeah, but little pigs. They have little squeaky toy pigs for the crowd. Right here. So
Y'all don't forget to tell them Black Lives Matter while y'all standing at that gate.
these little guys are individually signed. like to point out real quick that up until they asked people to not tamper with the fence, I didn't see anybody tampering with the fence. And yeah, I'm not on the police's side of the fence, but it does feel like the police are basically telling us what they want us to do to piss them off. while we got a minute here, just checking in with everyone. Obviously, things are going very well tonight. The police made a broadcast on Twitter and through the LRAD, briefly asking people to not tamper with the fence. That being said, I haven't seen any sign of anyone doing anything with the fence, but later on they did come back on Twitter and said thank you for stopping. So maybe there was something I missed. Since the cops went in like an hour and a half or 2 hours ago, haven't seen any sign of them out here since, you know, aside from maybe peeking a face out the window. For an organization that says they want to engage in community discourse, they seem to be very purposefully staying away, even saying on Twitter that they have no desire to engage the crowd. So yeah, the crowd is doing pretty well at self-policing themselves, being respectful enough of what's going on that so far the cops haven't had their justification to do anything else. And yeah, that's where we're at right now. I imagine the protesters should be coming back around here in just a couple of minutes. They went to take a walk around the block, and then we will probably have, you know, more of what we've been having, chants and the general protest.
What was the laser?
If you continue to use the laser, you walking right there with the helmet on the side, you are subject to use of force and arrest.
Hey, fuck you!
You know exactly what it is.
it doesn't put anybody to risk. It's just expression. Police have been using brutality against us every single protest. Which means they have no right to say, hey, protesters, that's not right, you go the fuck home. Because no matter what, the police have been hurting us over this whole thing. They've been hit with water bombs and they shot us with gas. They've been hit with a laser and they shot us with gas and bombs. How many of these cops have been hospitalized during the protest? We don't
So it seems like we're getting more people coming in. It could be that people from the other parade on Fremont.
Hello. 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 It is. She just said it was on.
I think some of the people from the Fremont march are coming back in. So this should be getting a lot bigger now. See what happens. you're about to take a ride on my shoulder again. By a few different accounts, the protesters are deciding that trying to engage the cops is, of course, a futile endeavor, and they want to move on to Pioneer Square. Not gonna lie, not entirely sure what they expect will be there for them, but, you know, I'm not in the protests, I'm just reporting the news, I don't make it.
I got some pretty sweet shots of a bunch of cops on top of their spiral staircase.
Yeah.
Down on us all king and queenly like.
Yeah, Philip was complimenting you on the shots. I swear I know what I'm doing. I don't know what I'm doing because I'm trying to put this on backwards. Yeah, funny how that worked. Okay. And Eric's is watching the streams, and yeah, she's seeing some stuff I'm seeing. Yep, right there. Let me tweak the camera angle. As Optimus Prime would say, roll out. Hey, I have a walker. I can make the bad jokes. So I want to cross 3rd and then cross Main, so I can get another shot of the fire debris and maybe a closer shot of the graffiti there. We got a green light, go ahead. James, Chris Kalonji, and Quincy Hayes. If I'm following the news right, those are ones that Portland police themselves have been responsible for. Cascadia, surrender your weapons, retire the badge.
Try and keep up with the crowd.
Okay. I'm not too worried right now, so... Huh?
I mean, that's what people are here to see.
Well, I mean, that's why I say if you want to go ahead, go ahead.
Well, I'll wait for you. I don't want to get too separated.
Hey, if this lady sprays something in the street, can you please not film her doing it?
We're going that way.
I just wanted to ask just ahead of time.
We're being careful. No problem.
Ironically, if he hadn't come up to talk to us, nobody would have known. But I mean, honestly, with the miles and gallons of paint that have been spilled in graffiti in this area, I really don't think one more is going to be a big deal. I do want to point out that when people are all, oh, the poor businesses, they have to deal with the reconstruction. The lumber people have been making money off of selling all the plywood. The paint manufacturers are making money off selling the paint. People who are responsible for the actual reconstruction, you know, the other painters, the cleaners, all those things, they're also, I mean...
It smells like paint out here.
Yes, it does. I mean, in a way, all this graffiti helps to create some jobs.
There's the crowd.
Wow. That is not where... That is not Pioneer Square, but... This whole area has a tang of paint and permanent markers. The more I learn, the more I realize, defund the police. Point out if there's anyone that complains about the fact that there is spray painting. It is a non-violent crime, so that's nice. How are you guys doing tonight? Seems a lot better than the last few nights. As long as it stays this way, I am quite content. There's a couple of ACLU observers. Peace, respect, understanding. We don't need war against each other. Respect and stand for the change. Stand for love in his memory and peaceful change. Together, you are the voice that is making a change. Show your belief every day in all that. Having died unlawfully by police violence, he's better than that. Food adjustment, plus there has been some tagging that I'd rather not be recording, so I do not mind standing a bit behind them. Actually, it looks like they are circling over and going down to Pioneer Square by way of 6th, so I'm gonna go ahead and go down 5th since I'm already here. It's not too much of a difference. Can't we all get along seriously? What were you taught in kindergarten by your mom? Not racism. Unfortunately, there are probably some who were taught racism by their parents. When I was growing up, I was in a neighborhood that was almost entirely white. I think my high school graduating class had one black person out of like 120. So race is not something that I really experienced growing up. I had to learn that the hard way. And that's why we are where we are today. The lessons that I've been slowly learning, everyone needs to. Sure what was going on there. Ben & Jerry's made a Netflix-themed ice cream. That kind of worries me. good to go?
Yeah, you can
Okay.
go.
Hey man,
You have a stick, don't you? Yeah, yeah.
I linked it to you. I linked it to you.
Oh no, I got this one. I just saw you earlier.
Yeah, well, you were saying yesterday, I think on the stream, that they were kind of targeting you.
Yeah.
That's why I was like, this one's like an 8.5. It's no 20, but
Yeah.
but yeah, the cards will be in tomorrow.
The what?
The press pass.
The press pass? Oh,
Yeah, that's
God, I
me.
didn't recognize you. Holy shit.
Because I didn't have the mask on.
Yeah. Well, thank you. I don't have a pass on me.
Oh, it's cool. I'm not too worried, and I can't put a Venmo on my phone anyway.
For sure. How are you doing?
A little tired. Yeah, better than, I was out here Thursday. Things got a little dicey obviously, so I was kind of worried, but
Have you been here for the unlawful assemblies?
I was here for Thursdays.
Oh, man.
Yeah, I ended up a few days of PTSD flashbacks I was dealing with.
Yeah,
And then it's like, okay, I'm gonna readjust my tactics, get some new gear.
Yeah, right on. Good idea.
So I just got almost all of it in today, except for the press passes. I only get a little dinger bell.
Yeah.
Ding, 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 ding.
Awesome.
So I got the squeaker pig.
Yeah, wait, were you the one handing out squeaker toys?
No, I'm not sure who it was, but I got Jenna to go get me one.
That's funny. That's so funny.
Mustache.
Yeah. Oh my. Yeah, it's brilliant.
It's amazing. Hey. You okay? Okay.
It's Heather, right?
Yeah. And that's Jenna.
Hi, Jenna. Good to meet you.
Good to meet you too.
I need a mask like that. You got it just in time, didn't you?
Yeah.
Everywhere's sold out. I'm like, dude.
Yeah, I picked mine up like in February or so. I'd wanted one since I was in, because that's what I used the Air Force.
Yeah.
So I wanted one for years. I got the mask, then then did the research and found out what filters are good for COVID. Then everything else went sideways, and she found a good deal on the voice amps.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing really happening. I'm not trying to get in people's faces.
Yeah. I was telling you, he's on a screen like that.
I'm guessing the plans to go up to Pearl. I'm guessing the plans to go up to Pearl again.
Moving again?
Yeah.
I would say yes. Well, I'll end up a little behind you guys because I'm slow, but that's fine. Wait, did they declare? I just heard that announcement from one of the organizers saying that if people get left behind, they're subject to arrest. That being said, I'm not seeing anything on Twitter which would suggest that they declared an unlawful demolition. And considering the reviews I've done on Portland police policy, that is against policy for them to declare an unlawful gathering without making multiple attempts to declare it beforehand, including online. Completely drained my canteen already. So I'm going to see if I can get one of these bubblers to please don't do that shit. Yep, that is not going to work, so let's go ahead and go with that one. Unfortunately, I planned to have the mask on all night, so I had the wrong hose.
You know if the mask stopped running?
I'm sorry?
You know if the mask stopped running?
I don't think so. I mean, there could be some delays, but if you're trying to go towards Hillsborough, this would, oh wait, yeah, this blue, the Hillsborough one would become...
I was just asking.
I suspect with everyone leaving the Justice Center, they went ahead and went out and cleared whatever blockages themselves. I wasn't back there to have an idea what was going on, though. It would come up, but I still have not seen any statements of it being an unlawful gathering, period. Okay. That's enough water for now. Philip, comma, did you really expect the news to report the news, question mark? Yes, that's just me being a little snarky. Oops. Dr. Pepper donation to the cause. I'm usually down here frequently for going to doctor's appointments. And I will say, all of these stores being boarded up is a little disconcerting. I can't say I blame them for doing it. But I'm also a little saddened that a large portion of the signage has been painted over. Some stuff is not, though. Got some very nice murals over here at the Rocket Fizz. Sweet. I didn't realize I was angled that far down. I'm also very impressed by the show of restraint on the part of the police tonight. I really would not be surprised at all if Mayor Wheeler had some very strong words for them after the likely inundation of complaints that he got. Oh, okay. It looks like they're going this way. I snagged a carrot. But from what I heard there and what I'm smelling, some of the protesters, I think, managed to tag the city vehicles. That said, there does seem to be a fairly decent suspicion that city workers have been helping track protester movements in past nights. I knew I was going to drop that at some point. I wonder if... I think I can do this. There. Now I shouldn't have to carry it. Oh, yeah. Oh, that's mildly awkward. They have O'Brien Square completely blocked off. That's a little surprising. When I used to live downtown, they would do weekly potlucks there for the homeless community. I wonder if it's maintenance or something else is going on that they're restricting it.
Around here.
If he didn't, he set it down, so how much time is it by then?
Well, that is downtown is definitely changing. That said, we have an issue here. And they were way too fast for me, so I have no idea where they are anymore, period. I can barely hear the horns in the distance. I told you all I was slow, period. Safe place, question mark, what's going on? I'm having a conversation with my production team and other streamers. I'm being told I need to get to a safe place, but like I said, aside from some stuff that was done at the Justice Center, which I am blocks away from, and stuff that it was basically, from what I'm seeing on Twitter, some people blocked up some of the emergency exits at the Justice Center. But with all the protesters gone, there would have been no reason for the cops to not come out and clear that in a second. Yeah, he and Jenna managed to take off while I was recollecting myself, period. And I am just not in shape for keeping up with a march like that, period. That's part of why I wasn't doing the big marches. Okay, I think since everyone dispersed, they probably won't be too freaked out, period. Okay, so what I'm hearing with the concerns for me was because of the language the Portland police were using about the blockage of the fire doors. They had concerns that they might be getting ready to escalate things because some of the stuff the protesters were doing was actually life-threatening. You know, if there's a fire and they can't get out the fire doors, So I've heard they were around 10th and Burnside. Which I'm at 10th now. Yeah, I used to live off of 11th and Main. Okay, yeah, 10th and All Birthdays Matter. Oof. That one is deep. Wait a second. Oh, wow. Downtown has really changed. Last time I was down here, this was a streetcar stop. And apparently they completely pulled the streetcar out. I know Nike was doing the whole bike town thing, so... You know, if it wasn't for me ending up completely paranoid, I could have had my location tracking and figured out just what kind of a workout I'm getting today. It's probably the most I have walked in quite a while. So, passing Harvey Milk, that was, I believe, the border of their dispersal zone last night. Burnside's right up ahead, and that's been another of the common ones. So, looks like I have 2 people watching. I suspect Philip is still live streaming. So, me and one other person. Time for horrible anecdote. Seeing all these FTP signs obviously means fuck the police. But me being the computer nerd that I am, I see that and I also think file transfer protocol. I know. That is probably the worst joke of the year. Now, this is something very telling. And not only has the Powell's books not been vandalized or looted or anything, but they haven't even put up any protection on any of their windows or doors or anything. Powell's is a landmark of Portland. It's like known nationally. And the fact that I can look in and there is nothing wrong in there. It's like that one lady is saying, and I cannot for the life of me remember her name because I'm horrible with them. The social order was broken. The people that broke the social order are where the anger is being directed at. Places like Powell, local places, places that support the black community. Those places will be remembered. Not that I'm expecting to catch up with them, comma, but do we have any idea where they are that can be texted, question mark? $100,000 dead trumps virus. Yeah. Before George Floyd's murder, I was closely following the coronavirus pandemic. It's crazy how one death can change the world. Awesome. So apparently my partner that I told her to go ahead and split off from me, they got her Periscope stream back. She is still with the group. She is completely safe with them, I'm sure. I have no concerns about my safety here. Even if the cops do something, there's no protesters around. There's no one for me to document. There's nothing mandating that, or mandating my conscience that I need to stay and protect. So this is the one time where I would willingly do what the police told me to do. I'm going to check with some of my other messages really quick. 141. I don't remember where I was when you asked that question mark, but if it's what I think it was a guy asking me if the train came through where we were. A girlfriend of mine's been talking through Discord and just wondering about. And she told me that she ended up with the exact opposite situation that I had. And while I know that, you know, no one's actively watching it as a live stream, it'll be archived, so this seems like a good read. When I was talking about how I grew up in a all-white area, she said that she went to a formerly all-black middle school and high school, and the bus that she took went through all the black neighborhoods first, so she had a lot of experience with the black communities. Wound up working for 10 years right up the road from those schools and those communities. What she learned in school in those stores is that everyone's pretty much the same. I got beaten up by everyone in school, white and black, so I didn't see much difference. And yeah, it does it does say something that, you know, in an ideal world we're all the same. Yes, there is bullying. Yes, people beat up people. That is not what we want. But when people are discriminated against and bullied and killed and everything just because of the color of their skin, is why there's protests. That's why there's fighting. Okay, so I'm being cautioned to go to a safe place. Ironically, this is where I grew up. Or not where I grew up, but when I was homeless, the shelter that I was staying in was at 3rd and Cooch, only like 10 or 12 blocks away. After I got out of the shelter and I was in transitional housing, I was probably about 10 blocks up the road this way. For a white person in Portland, I mean, yeah, any place is going to have some risk. But I found that the people that are usually out here at this time of night are likely more scared of me than I am of them. She's still worried that I'm out here by myself. Unfortunately, because of the time of night also, I don't necessarily have a safe place because, you know, everything is closed either because of people worried about, you know, riots or because of coronavirus. The only thing that I could really say would be a safe place would be to go home, and that would leave Jenna in a position where she doesn't have it, especially I'm supposed to be her ride home. And yeah, I have been trying to work out how to get up to her. I haven't heard anything, so I know what they did last night. I'm vaguely working in that direction. And I'm keeping an ear open for sounds of protesters or the car horns or anything. I know last night they went marching through the Pearl District, as well as the night before, and they were coming in this direction. Pearl District is, I don't know why it was named that, but considering it's kind of like the rich white neighborhood, Pearl does seem very fitting. If it was early enough that the streetcar was still running, this would be a lot easier for me. Alright. Okay, I do hear chanting way in the distance. So I am going in the right direction. Good, go towards the chants. It feels like it should be like that. No, don't go into the light. Yeah, I kind of suspect what'll end up happening is they'll be coming back through after they've done their march around Pearl. And I wouldn't be surprised if they end up kind of breaking up after this. Maybe some of them will go back to the Justice Center. I don't know what I'm going to be doing at that point. I have to see between how my batteries are doing and what Jenna wants to do. Oh, wow. Okay, that is the coolest thing. A car matrix. It actually, it looks like it actually lifts up and stores the car somewhere. Or something like that. I have never seen that before. Actually, well, let me clarify. I've never seen it in person. I've heard of something like that in Japan, in Tokyo. Because everything is a premium for space there. Okay, so I do see protesters probably like 6-7 blocks up ahead. After I get past some of these trees, I'm gonna get an idea of which way they're going. Eventually they'll be coming back towards me, but I don't know if they're at that point yet or not. The salon that's open here requires face masks. I wonder if that means they're setting up for people to be able to get their freaking haircuts again. Hey, Gleason. So, if I took this road about 160 blocks east, I'd be home. What the hell? Oh yeah. Karens definitely want their hair done. I really think they're starting to come back this way. I just can't tell for sure yet. Come on. There we go. There's the light. Unfortunately, communicating with her right now is kind of problematic. She doesn't have as broad of a rig as I do. So she hasn't seemed to be able to respond to messages. That said, I have been getting feedback from Philip and some of the other people in the streaming group, so oh yeah, I can very clearly see them now. Yeah, while this is a protest, In a way, it almost feels like a parade. Oh, we don't have a car. We took public transit to get here. Yep, they are most definitely coming back my way. So I just need to wait here. Hey, do you know where they're coming back to? Do you know where they're going back to?
I don't right now.
Okay.
I mean, I know we're getting matched by an undercover police pickup truck right now over on the street. So.
Wait, sorry, what was that?
We're getting matched right now by an undercover police pickup truck over on the street.
They didn't declare unlawful.
You know, keeping their eyes out, right?
Well, I mean, yeah, they can surveil, but...
I mean, I'm sure there's a riot. Like a few more walks.
Honestly, I'm trying to double check, but the last thing I saw... Yeah, the last thing that I'm seeing here was 29 minutes ago. The crowd has moved away from the Justice Center and the items securing the doors from the outside have been removed. So they have no justification to restrict anyone.
I think at this point is just we're just looking at people, or, you know, again, keeping their eyes out.
Yeah. They want their excuse. They tried to get an excuse tonight and it didn't work.
Yeah, we'll find something. If they want it that bad, we'll find something.
Yeah, they ended up moving too fast for me, so I finally got up here from Pioneer. Exactly. I was like, I know about where they're going.
We want to link up in the front.
Can I have a picture of your shirt? Oh, sure.
It's awesome.
It's like one of my favorite things.
Yeah, the other one I was thinking of wearing today was World's Okayest Trans Person.
Oh, very good.
Yeah, yesterday I wrote you yeah, like we lived in Purvis.
So,
Yeah, it's like
I haven't actually seen Jenny yet,
wearing like her clothes.
but I see. Self-policing, and I'm glad for that. They're shooting off fireworks.
Stop walking your
since I walk slow, I'm just going to start walking now. Let the crowd go past me. Out very well. Happy 27th birthday, Breonna Taylor.
The other night, they were rushing the crowd. Like, everybody turned around. I was shooting kind of this homeless guy. It's a bit ironic. Earlier today I was hearing complaints about how small the crowd was. It is 12:23 in the morning and we are still hundreds strong. I see some old ladies.
Leave this shit up the fuck alone. Do not come over here. One group. We move together. We are one group.
We are one group. Keep together.
We've done this for 20 nights straight. We've been out here for 20 fucking nights. We're not scared of tear gas. We're not scared of Portland PD.
Chances are on the other side of the street from you.
We are walking. This is not, we're not running, we're walking.
So I just had Jenna reach out to me asking where I was.
Do not get left behind. Stay together. We are stronger together.
I haven't actually seen her yet, but if she's with the group like I've been told, then she should be nearby. Oh, hey!
I got a bunch of assholes in my car.
You said in the chat?
What?
You said in the chat?
Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, watch this, Fee. Oh, damn. I accidentally opened the valve. What?
Hey, can you hold on to this?
Hook it over the selfie stick. There. Okay.
Gosh, it's so hard to breathe and walk in this mask.
Bring your purple mask next time. Just do what I did.
That won't protect me from COVID.
Huh?
I said that won't protect me from COVID. That will only protect other people from me.
Eh.
What time is it?
It is 12:29. Yes, that is her next to me. She found me. The fact I was wearing a bright white helmet with press on the side, which is the only one out here, probably helped.
What?
I'm talking to Fee. She was kind of terrified for me because I got separated.
I'm running out of steam.
I can't.
I said I'm running out of steam!
Okay.
Why can't you hear me?
You're sweating out your mask.
How much steam you got left?
Huh?
I said, how much you got left?
Probably a lot more than you do, considering you just dropped off.
Battery, I mean energy.
Well, I'm running low on battery anyway.
I'm kind of ready to head home.
Well, where I'm gonna guess we're heading back towards Pioneer Square, which is kind of where we want to be anyway. Yes. Since I was able to go at my pace up to Pearl, I'm in better shape.
I've been keeping up with the front of the group.
Couldn't hear you.
I said is this thing even on?
Yes, it's on. It's the crowd.
I said I've been keeping up with the front of the group.
Yeah. No way in hell was I pulling that off. Oh, that does not look safe at all.
What?
That dude.
Oh.
He's fucking climbing the light.
Yeah, it's his deal. That's what he wants to do.
Until he fucking falls off.
Who cares? His decision. All we know, he's a fucking professional climber.
We got boys starting with us and figure out what the fuck we're doing. We're going to pull us to this stuff as well. So we'll let know. As soon as we get closer to the Justice Center, do not run. Walk, don't run. When you run, scatter with your smaller and smaller. Give them more power. Give them more control. We're not going to do that. We're not walking for no reason, y'all.
We're gonna wait and see what directions they take and then figure out from there.
I know how it feels, alright? So I need to stick with it to understand what we have to do together and walk through. We're not going to be
So, Jenna is out of steam, comma. I'm low on battery. Period. We're going to be splitting off closer to Pioneer Square and head home.
What did you say?
I was talking to the stream group. I know where we are in relation to Pioneer Square.
I said we're not even close to Pioneer.
We're closer than you think.
We're like 6 blocks away.
Yeah.
And then 6 blocks and then walk another 3 blocks.
What do you want then?
I literally said let's step off to the side and get a group. What I said.
Okay, I could not hear that because you were fighting with a protest.
I mean, I can hear you.
And I have hearing issues and I do not have my hearing aids. I'm gonna wait until they go by and then do my sign off. I would have rather not had a fight on live stream. Sorry. Well, go ahead and take it off for a few minutes. It's going to be some time until we can get an Uber anyway. Okay. Okay. dropping off to my thought period. I'm going to go ahead and sign off now.
Let's go! All my cars, mobilize, stay together. The fight's there. Bike lanes have nails in
Quite a
them. Be
bit.
careful.
Yeah.
I
I
haven't
got.
touched it since I got here.
Oh, okay. I was going to say, 'cause I've already refilled my canteen.
Where did you get a soda?
Pioneer Square. That was the thing with some free sodas and stuff.
They have nails in them. Stay together. Let's go.
So we are having low battery issues. Had some technical gear issues today.
Do not drive in the bike lane. Stay together. Let's go.
So I'm running low on battery. Jenna's already had to drop off because she was low on steam and everything. We're going to go ahead and drop off, work on getting our transportation home. Definitely thanks everyone for tuning in. Those who have the ability to donate, please feel free. There are a lot of great Black Lives Matter programs out there. Bail funds to help peaceful protesters that have been arrested by the police. Additionally, you know, if you want to support me directly, go ahead and go to raindrop.works, and up in the top right corner of the screen there's a support button. You can go ahead and click. There's PayPal, Ko-fi, and sponsors available. Anyway, on that note, I'm going to go ahead and sign off, get home, maybe do a little bit of writing, and hopefully see you all tomorrow.